We're reconvening from recess, so we apologize that took a little bit of time due to disruption. Our public comment period is now over. We'll be moving on to regular calendar items. Members of the public may comment on any item on the regular calendar before or during the board's consideration of that item, and we encourage you to fill out a speaker request card. We're going to be moving R1 back one, and we're going to be taking R2 so we can have a presentation from the sheriff. Immediately preceding R2, we're going to go into closed session. We have an outside consultant for, Stephanie, what's the number, R8? 11? R11. And so we'll be taking yet another recess right after R2. Sheriff, come on up. So this is there's no vote on this. This is to receive a presentation from our sheriff regarding options for staffing the Shasta County Jail.
Thank you, Chair, Board of Supervisors. I have a PowerPoint that we're going to kind of walk through on the presentation that she's bringing up. It'll be a co-presentation by myself, the Under Sheriff Brian Jackson, and the jail captain Logan Stonehouse. I don't think we're going to be able to trump the fireworks we've had prior to this, but hopefully we'll give you a good presentation. So this presentation today, Board, is, as you know, as some of our prior discussions, and you've been working with all of you and administration and staff, is a staffing proposal so we can get the floor of the jail open. In this presentation, what you're going to hear is a kind of a permanent long-term solution to staffing the jail. And after we go through that one, I'll give you a more immediate one. And when I say immediate, it doesn't mean tomorrow that the floor can open, but definitely a plan where we can open the floor a little expeditiously, why hopefully we're working on that long-term plan. So in doing so, I want to remind everybody this is the main objective. This has been the #1 priority of the Sheriff's Department for quite some time. Get the floor open so we can move forward with expanding services and expanding the jail and all the other things that we want to do. I will tell you though, there is no guarantees. We have tried numerous things already. This has been an issue for many years here. I don't know that I can kind of conservatively say I don't know quite the effort's been put into it that this staff has been putting into it. We will get there, but upfront honesty, transparency, there are no guarantees, but we have modeled this off a successful model. So with that, I'm going to bring up Under Sheriff Brian Jackson. He's going to give his segment of it, and then you'll hear from Stonehouse, and I'll be back at the end. And when we're all through, I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Good morning, Board, Chair. Brian Jackson, Under Sheriff, Shasta County Sheriff's Office. So I'm going to talk on a couple of topics. I've been here before and talked about our core problem that we've had going on at the jail. Just for clarification, I've been the Under Sheriff since last July, so just over a month or so, working with Sheriff Johnson as well as some of our commanders over the last year to try to get the jail issue under control. One of those things, when I first came on as Under Sheriff, 3 weeks in, I was hit with a lot of information coming from the jail about staffing issues, morale issues, culture problems. And so I sat down with the sheriff, sat down with our command staff, and unfortunately we had to make the decision to close the jail to basically stop how the jail was operating, because it was operating in a format that we could not sustain anymore with staffing. There's been presentations about the amount of overtime. I believe there was a resolution some time ago where we formally recognized some staff members about the amount of hours of overtime they were working the previous years. So as I've talked before, and I've spoken with all of you at one point or another, one of the biggest hurdles that we had to overcome was the morale culture issue. And like within any organization, leadership, strong leadership, accountability with leadership is one of our core values and principles that we've put forth as commanders in the last couple years in the positions that we're in. Looking back, I went through as much information as I could historically within the Sheriff's Office to look at what the trends that we were facing inside the jail with the staffing issues. And I found staffing plans and some emails and some notes going back to 2016, 2015, where there was the beginning of this problem with staffing issues. And I can't account for what occurred the preceding years at that time, but under our command, we took a hard look and looked at ourselves as far as what are we doing? Is it efficient? What are some of the issues? I mentioned accountability. Sometimes in law enforcement, accountability is looked as a not positive word because it means usually there's discipline attached to it. But for us, our accountability is accountability to ourselves as well as to our staff members as well as to each other, to hold each other accountable, to make sure that we're doing the right things, working efficiently and working cohesiveness. One of the things I talk about is, in our eval forms, in the county eval forms, there's a checkbox for harmonious working relationships. And just as short of last week, Thursday, we had meetings with the DSA, Deputy Sheriff's Association, and I talked about harmonious working relationships and how imperative that is to increase morale and to increase productivity, because those are some things that we identified over the last year and a half through internal investigations, as well as some surveys. I did present a survey back in October of last year. I only had 28 participants in that survey, and that survey consisted of the working conditions, hours worked, what brought staff to come to the jail to work, what enticed them, what we could do differently, how things are running, and there was some open context, text comments that they could write in there. And once again, even that survey, even if we already identified it and started to work towards those, it was the accountability, working with none. So we got together with our command staff, our frontline supervisors, and provided them clear direction on how we need to take care of our staff and what we can do to improve in the conditions of the jail. And that has been successful for us. One of the biggest hurdles that we have is how the jail is. We've had discussions. I'm not going to go into the jail or new jail concepts or anything else, but with the amount of things that are passed down to counties from the states with state legislation, going back to AB 109, the decriminalization of some crimes under Prop 47, I don't think 10 years ago when they thought of these concepts, what we would be faced with now at the county jail level, because basically, as you can see on the slides, we have the concept of mini prisons. I've touched on that before, where we have inmates that are housed there for their sentence to state time. It's county state time, where they're in there for 3 to 4 years. And that triggers more robust programming requirements that are mandated by the state. Then we have the mental health components, and all parts of those programs requires workload for our staff. And the way the jail is designed, mind you, it was opened in 1984. It was designed in the late 70s. It is not built for how California state operates and the requirements that we have to provide to inmates to reintegrate those inmates back into society since they've been staying in our custody for a long time. So without that foresight back 30 years ago, almost 40 years ago now, actually, the amount of workload that comes with that, it just has not been sustainable. So we've been working on that. Obviously, we have some projects in play to help streamline those, because at the end of the day, we want to work smarter and not harder because of all the increased duties that we have inside the custody division. We look at other jails. We look at what they're doing. Some jails that are built similar to us, even though there's not too many around, are having some of the same problems. Other jails that are better built, where we bring these services to the inmates, which is one of our projects that we have going on, help streamline the process so we're not overworking our staff. And the problem that we have in our jail with these programs is we have to staff so many people, so many correctional deputies, or SSOs, PSSOs, just to suffice the mandates that we're capable of doing. And as we increase those staffing levels, we're not able to sustain it, as we've talked about. Two other topics I'll talk in this slide before I move on to the next one. Obviously, the pay, inflation, cost of living expenses have all increased throughout the state. Across the county, workers, our staff get increases right on the heels of other increases with benefits and medical expenses. So there's never really a net gain for our staff, and so that requires them to work more overtime to have a sustainable living. One of the big components that we've been working on is with regard to our recruitment and retention. I have spoken on this topic several times. Our services division, which is overseen by Captain Gene Randall and consists of a multitude of people, have done an outstanding job over the last year trying to increase our numbers as well as try to work on the retention. I'll give you some stats just as an update because I know it's part of this proposal. So and I'm just using from January 20th of this year to basically August, I think it was August 5th, that I use as a cutoff. We've had 156 correctional deputy applicants put in basically 8 months. Since the last time we spoke on this, we're up 45 since May. Of those 156 applicants, we put 22 into background. And then of those 22 in background, we were able to hire 7. So if you look at how those numbers break down, that's a lot of people to test, put into the background, and we're only netting 7 hires on the correctional deputies. Likewise with the service officers. From January to August, we've had 25 applicants, and we've had 5 go into background, and we're able to pick up 2. We have 4 right now in the custody division. We have an allotment that we can still fill up to 6 more SSO slots, and that is one of our main recruitment programs that we're putting forward now because we're trying to look at that market because our correctional deputy market has dipped down with the amount of applicants that we've seen come through in the last couple months. So the recruitment side is going well. We'll go on to the next slide because it kind of touches on it a little bit. So I discussed it some as far as what we've been doing as well as what the problems are, because obviously to resolve a problem, you have to have the problem. And so I've already touched on some of these topics in this slide. But one of the biggest things that we've learned is, and the sheriff has monthly meetings with our Deputy Sheriff Association to figure out what's working and what's not working. We've had several in the last few months, and we've actually gone to the DSA board as well as their labor negotiators and asked them, what can we do better? Are we doing everything we can inside the custody division? And got some feedback, which we're implementing, and we're still staying the course on that. On the recruitment side, out-of-state recruitment efforts, we're not seeing numbers like we would. We believe in part that not too many people want to come to California to work. We've had some come through, but they were part of some of those in the recruitment process that we had in the hiring process in the background. Our recruitment team, we go to job fairs, we contact the academies, we're reaching out to every resource that we can. I know there was discussion about veterans resources. We have a program for that built in that we just got up and live with last year. So we're putting forth every effort that we can. We're just not seeing the numbers with folks wanting to come in to this side of law enforcement and the correctional deputy side. Some of the big things that we changed is how we do our training and some of our leadership. We've had to make some tough business decisions and move people around because we weren't getting the type of training and efforts that we were expecting. So we had to make some business decisions and move some folks from some of those positions because it just wasn't working. And it goes back to that self-assessment and accountability to ourselves. Currently, the sheriff is implementing a jail advisory committee, and that's comprised of jail staff that he's going to meet with regularly to discuss issues, concerns, to make sure that our communication continues to be good. And that is something that he just started. He actually reached out last week and met with several correctional staff members, and he'll have his first meeting, if not at the end of the month, by next month. So as far as the jail inmates, I've spoken on that before as far as the out-of-county contracts. Calaveras County is the only county that is able to sustain that. We still have that contract with them. We run about 10 inmates out of county. But once again, those are inmates that are healthy, not problem inmates. But it does help us a little bit. And we continue to work with with CDCR to streamline and expedite when there actually is an inmate that is a state prison inmate that is going to be leaving our facility. We work with the courts to make sure we get the information packets so we can get them sent off as quick as we can, because during the COVID time, there was a slowdown on that, but we've stabilized that and we continue to work with staff. So just with on the transferred inmates, as well as with the correctional staff and the service officers that we're trying to gain, we have put forth a tremendous amount of effort in the last 16 months that all of us have been part of the new sheriff administration. And we're going to continue it because we want that floor of the jail open. We do have some hurdles to get through, and this presentation is an option that we have, as well as some other comments that Sheriff Johnson will make. But at the end of the day, we all live in this community, and it is a key point for us to get this jail back open. And it's really going to take a concerted effort for everybody, all stakeholders. I know the cities came at the last meeting. We've met with them, and there is unison in what the needs are. It's just getting the pathway to get there. My last slide is I'm going to discuss, this goes along with what Captain Stonehouse and the sheriff are going to discuss further. So we have deputy sheriffs that are assigned to the enforcement division, which handles all of our patrol functions. And all patrol functions includes the rural deputy programs, which I know all of you have been a positive addition that Sheriff Johnson brought to us. The deputies like it. It helps have a little more continuity with the citizens, especially up in the Shingletown area. We've done a lot of good work, Fall River, as well as out in the Keswick area, where we continue to work and we're more responsive. And then on the other side, we have, in the custody division, we have correctional officer deputy sheriff classification. And there's a differentiation in the penal code as far as what their duties and what they're able to do. Whereas a full sworn deputy sheriff under 830.1A PC and 832, they have full peace officer powers 24/7. And whereas a custody division deputy sheriff, they have limited peace officers while on duty, performing the duties of the custody environment. So it's two different statuses of peace officers and what their powers are. The training that goes into it as a deputy sheriff, it's post peace officer standards and training. It's a 23 basic academy that we all attend as deputy sheriffs or peace officers, and it's intensive training for 23 weeks. Then they come back and do a field training program for another 20 weeks. So they have about 11 weeks of training that we put them through before we put them in their car and let them go about and serve the citizens and protect and serve. On the custody side, they're governed by the Board of State and Community Corrections, as well as STC, which is Standards and Training for Corrections. They have a 5-week core academy, which teaches them custody-related functions to get their certification. And we actually host our own core academy. This year, we're going to have 3 core academies, and we actually pull in other counties' officers that come in and help with that. And that was another good program that we started. And then as for discussion, patrol deputy sheriff, top step is $46.55 an hour, and comparatively to the custody division, the top step correctional officer deputy sheriff at top step is $34.95, and that usually takes about 5 to 6 years for a deputy of both those classifications to reach that. So that, I will turn it over to Captain Stonehouse to continue on to discuss further about our staffing plan. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. Captain Stonehouse with the Custody Division. So I'm going to discuss the main staffing plan moving forward here. Just recently, we've reached out to 15 other counties, 15 other entities with jail operations, and we've kind of compared what we are doing now as to comparison to what they're doing and what's working throughout the state, the North State. Jails with similar models to what I'm going to present here in a second, such as Placer County. They hold both sworn peace officer deputy sheriffs and correctional deputies in their facility, and they are fully open. They do not have level shutdown. They do not have units shut down. Of course, everybody throughout the state is short-staffed. That's just ever evolving, but moving forward here. So this is our new staffing plan. If you look at this, this is for our transportation to and from the new courthouse. This is for our state transportation for our folks picking up inmates throughout the state and from other entities. This includes our ACP program, which is our alternative custody program out at work release, and our video arraignment section with the new part of the remodel for the courthouse. What we're looking for here is one PSSO, Public Safety Service Officer, for that court transportation that we are remodeling over there in Department 1 or 2. There will be a sworn deputy sheriff sergeant to oversee all of this. We would need 8 deputy sheriffs for the court transportation, which again, that one is for transporting inmates from our jail facility to the new courthouse across the street. We would be requesting 3 main transportation deputy sheriffs fully sworn, which would be transporting inmates throughout the state and to state prisons, and then also 3 for our alternative custody program. So the needed staffing plan for jail operations, if you look at this, we really only need to add 5 positions for this plan that I've just discussed. 5 new positions, which are fully sworn deputy sheriffs. What we currently would do is we have 9 correctional deputy positions we could delete off of what we already have available, and we would just add 9 fully sworn deputy sheriffs. So it's just to add, delete. We're not asking for additional positions there. Same with that correctional deputy sergeant. We already have that approved. We do not have it filled. It's vacant, so we would delete that position and just add on a fully sworn deputy sheriff sergeant position to oversee those that I just discussed. So that again is an add, delete, not asking for an additional position, just switching those titles. So the jail itself. The main box obviously is our jail. The 2 gray boxes, the 2 light gray boxes is Department 1 and 2, which is our current remodel or our proposed remodel that we're going to be going through in order to get inmates to and from the new courthouse and the video arraignment section. And then the brownish section would be our control area for those 2 courtrooms. You see the patrol car there, that is going to be our intake area for the marshals to be able to come over, pick up our inmates, and transport them over to the new courthouse, and also drop them back off after they have their proceedings. So if you look at what we need to staff these, we need at least 1 PSSO to staff that reception position in order to run both of those areas, the processing holding area for the inmates coming in and out of the jail facility, and also the video arraignment and programming area. And I missed the programming earlier, but along with that video arraignment in Department 2, those programs can be programs like JBCT, which is our jail-based competency treatment program, our MAP program, some of those other state enforced programs that are coming down the pipe for us. In order to staff that processing holding area, we would need at least 3 deputy sheriffs, which I had mentioned earlier, just for safety and security of the facility and for our inmates. We would need 3 for that video arraignment and programming area, again, safety and security of the facility and our inmates. And the benefit to this is we can now, which we have contract with the marshal's office, we can take that contract back from the marshal's office, and we would need 2 deputy sheriffs to be able to actually transport ourselves from our jail facility to the courthouse. Of course, our state transport is what I discussed earlier throughout the state, taking inmates to the state prisons and to other facilities. That would require 3 deputy sheriffs in order to accomplish that, along with the 3 down at alternative custody to run our work release program there. That one there is that would be our sworn deputy sheriff sergeant who would oversee all of those employees. Now this proposal here would allow us to absorb 6 correctional deputy positions back into the jail facility because that's currently what we have approved for those programs outside of the new transport because we don't have any approved for that as of right now. So we would be able to absorb 6 of those back in the jail facility to staff the levels of the jail. Now I know a lot of the questions came forward with, if a deputy sheriff gets hired for those positions in ACP or our transport, what do they have to go through? Well, of course, they have to go through the 23-week post-academy. They also would have to go through the 5-week, it would actually be 2-week refresher for the core since they already have their post, and that is for the jail portion. They would have to go through a jail training officer program and a field training officer program. So they would have to complete both those to house those bodies that I just mentioned earlier. Really, the only thing we have to do is just change some specific language in our job duties and clarification on the job description. We wouldn't have to change much else. Oops, let's go back. Some of the advantages of this, obviously right now, it's been easier for us to hire patrol deputies. We're closer to being fully staffed on the patrol side, way more than we are on the correctional side. This brings a higher level of training experience. You have the 23-week post academy that I just mentioned, along with the 2-week core academy. The mentorship, that goes without question. That kind of helps us solve some of those issues that the undersheriff discussed earlier. And if in fact, such as Hawaii, when they have a major disaster, if that happens, we do have those sworn personnel in those positions that can go out on a major fire or a major disaster to help with those. Currently, if we have those correctional deputies in place, they cannot go out by themselves. They have to go with a sworn deputy sheriff in order to assist in those disasters. This is a proven model. Placer County does run this model along with some other agencies in the state, and they are successful with this model. This also, a lot of deputies that we've lost, correctional deputies in the jail, they've went to other agencies such as the Marshal's Office that are working a Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. This allows some of those folks to be able to take these positions here if they don't want to work that graveyard shift or the weekend shift. And as I mentioned earlier, we can take back over that transportation contract from the Marshal's Office. And this one here, the transportation, this project, this proposal here would be roughly about $1.7 million in addition to the annual jail budget, and that is from our CFO, our Chief Fiscal Officer. But the Marshal contract that we have currently costs us about $800,000 and about $110,000 with some training and other equipment costs. So that yearly that we're already paying, if we took that back and did that ourselves, really we're going to be saving $800,000 in that contract, and we would only be a net increase of $900,000 for this entire proposal. This here is just kind of the breakdown. I know it's kind of hard to see, but this is with the 5 additional positions we would be requesting, and then the add deletes for the 9 correctional deputies, 2 deputy sheriff, and the 1 correctional deputy sergeant, 2 deputy sheriff sergeant. And down in the bottom green, it's about that 1.7 million, 1.669. With that, I'll turn that back over to the sheriff.
So that staffing proposal, comes with some questions, and I'm sure you'll have more when we're done here. So one of the comments that was made with that proposal was that why is there a need to add deputies when we can't even fill the staff the facility as it is if you're adding people with no place to put the bad guys? Well, that is, we're not adding patrol deputies to our staff here. If you remember back to that slide, there's all those outskirt things that we're having to do now with that remodel and transporting people, alternative custody, state transport and all that. We need those additional 5 positions to run those operations. That's what they're for. And just to reiterate, by doing that staffing plan and getting those sworn positions assigned to the custody division there, we suck back in 6 positions into the main facility itself to help staff that facility. And second, if our deputies come off the streets to staff the jail, what happens is that creates another problem. We're going to be trading one problem for another. You're going to have, like the undersheriff mentioned, the Shingletown project where we clean up that property, the Keswick property where we're getting rid of squatters, the drug houses in Lakehead. All those other things that we're doing now will suffer, and we will have to pull deputies back and really reduce our service to this community. And then we'll have a staffed jail, exposed rural communities, and the 2 cities will be filling our jail with their bad guys, and our poor citizens will be underserved again and suffering in the rural areas. That's why we're trying to get to a solution of not pulling deputies off the street to staff the jail. Now, ultimately, if all else fails and it comes down to it, of course, that's what we'll have to do. But we're looking for solutions where we can serve our entire community in the best way without crippling it in some other aspect. So I want to reiterate that this is not the immediate fix to open the floor. This is a strategy for long term where we can staff it. It's a fix. It's no longer a problem, and we don't have to get here again. This plan will take time to implement because it takes training, as you saw, academies, recruitment, and all that to get, but we're very confident that this will work. And this plan, just to be clear, is not the whole plan. This is one part of the plan. I'm about to give you the PSSO part of this plan that works in concert with this to staff that jail. They're meant to work together. And finally, I'm going to reiterate that there's no guarantees, because I know that somewhere along the line I'll hear, will you guarantee this would work if we're struggling with it? But I don't think we will. So let's take a look at it again. You saw all the outskirt programs that Captain Stonehouse just went through. And one thing I wanted to point out that he didn't talk about, that ACP piece, the Alternative Custody Program, that part is out on Breslauer. And that part handles an enormous amount of the bookings that we do in jail that are not going to be held in jail. And we do that to take pressure off of the main jail. We do the ankle monitoring and release programs and booking and release out there. So that is crucial to keep going. And this part that I'm about to give you, the PSSO part of this staffing plan, deals with the jail. So let's take a look at what goes on in the jail. Across the top you see days A, days B, graves A, and graves B. That's 24/7 operations. And so when we're talking about staffing that, this is an ideal staffing matrix right here for what it should be. So on days, that's how we look. If you see all the correctional deputies positions, those CDs stand for correctional deputies that are doing that. There, in addition to days, you always have the jail administration, kitchen staff, and the analysts and maintenance all there. But we're not really talking about those parts. We're talking just about the floors and keeping the housing and stuff open. So back to that side, that's 19 positions to run a day shift. We're actually doing it with 13 right now. We're down to bare minimums on that. On the graveyard side, it gets a little less because we don't need that court deputy, you don't need the reception. So typically it should be 17 for our graves, but we're doing it with 12. I'm giving you this so you can understand the staffing matrix and show you how the PSSO position can supplement that. So same staffing that I just showed you on that side. So let's take a look at days A. If you were to, all those positions don't have to be correctional deputies. There is room for more PSSOs. For that day watch alone, we can do 6 PSSO positions there. PSSO is a public safety service officer, by the way, and they're a support role class. So if we could do this, this would start freeing up more of the correctional deputies. We could spread them out and open those floors. On a typical graveyard, we can switch out for 5 PSSOs per graveyard. So if you compound that across the board, you're looking at a total of 22 PSSO positions that we could use and be hiring for at a much lower cost and much more efficient operations to start running that jail. Now again, that's for inside the jail we're looking at. That's not for the outside that we're proposing for the sworn positions. So PSSO, I told you, is called a Public Safety Service Officer. Here is the current setup with that position. First of all, in the job description, you notice they're non-sworn paraprofessional civilian personnel that are used in support services. Now, not every PSSO for the Sheriff's Department works in the jail. Most of them do, but some of them are assigned outside of the jail. But we're talking, for this purpose, we're talking in the jail. So I tell you that because one of the job duties there is fingerprinting. PSSOs inside the jail do not have inmate contact. They don't handle the inmates and fingerprint them in there. They primarily run the panels and process paperwork and do non-inmate contact type of work. So currently they're getting paid entry level of $17.48 an hour up to $22.30 an hour. Now there was a agreement prior to me coming in, a contractual agreement that if they're assigned to the jail, they get on top of that a $3 an hour stipend. So in the green there, you see what the actual is for that position now, which is starting at $20.48 an hour and topping out at $25.30 an hour. But the problem with that is that top out may not be such a bad wage, but that's 5 years into it. And they're trying to start them at $20.48, and the wage is just too low. So part of this ask of the staffing plan is for you to consider the PSSO positions that we need and up that wage, because that wage has to be recruitable for us to find the positions and start filling those positions. It also, by adding the PSSO back into the mix here, we create a career path for people, which is kind of absent at this point. You come in as a PSSO, and my really flagship case, which I always use, is my undersheriff, who came into the jail 27 years ago.
Real close to 27.
As extra help, PSSO, correctional deputy, and worked his way to the deputy. This career path right here that I'm showing you, and now is the undersheriff. So by doing this PSSO route, they can come in and go to a correctional deputy, work their way there. Some people are very happy with that correctional deputy as being a career, and they work very well at that. Others have aspirations to move on to deputy sheriff. Now, with the plan that Captain Stonehouse laid out for you here, now we have two different divisions we can assign those deputy sheriffs to. We can assign them to the custody division, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 job, weekends, holidays off. Very attractive to the older deputy or to the deputy that doesn't want to work shift work or has a family and wants that type of hours. Or they can aspire and go to the enforcement division and be a patrol deputy. So it gives us some flexibility, gives us some maneuverability, and a clear law enforcement career path. This is my opinion and my command staff's opinion of the PSO position. It's an effective operational strategy. I told you it'll maximize our workforce, and it'll let the correctional deputies actually perform those hands-on type of duties, which they are trained for and know how to do. The other option that is not realized in this is the pay scale. Of course, the PSSO at the current pay scale, we're not going to be able to do it. The board here was gracious enough to add PSSO positions already. We tried it. We've been not successful at all with that recruitment. We've even lost a couple because of the pay. They just went back to their old job because they weren't. By the time they paid for their benefits and stuff, they weren't making as much and they weren't able to stay. But they did like the job. And I just want to reiterate this: the PSSO position won't work for that outside transportation and alternative custody part. Okay, so that's your staffing plan for your permanent fix and long-term plan. I'd like to talk about options for getting the jail open immediately as soon as possible. We did hear, I forget which one of them talked about the cities coming forward, and it's a priority in the community for that jail to get open, and the support, and they've come to me and said they want to help and they want to be part of the solution. Well, here's a solution for you, folks. We need a total of 12 total positions, 12 bodies, and we can open that jail of the floor, or that floor of the jail, immediately. And when I say immediately, it's not tomorrow, but it'd take a little time, but it'd still be quick. And so what I'm asking is all my public safety partners chip in and be part of this solution. So first, as the Sheriff's Department, we would give 2 of our sworn deputies and 2 non-sworn, probably our CSSOs or our cadets or something, to this plan. If we could have RPD give us a sworn body, APD give us a sworn body, the Marshal give us a sworn body, the DA give us a sworn, and probation give us a sworn, that's our 7 sworn to make up this plan. We need 7 sworn, 5 non-sworn. The 3 other non-sworn ballots that you see are not accounted for there can come from anywhere. I don't care. It could come from the auditor's office, could come from HHSA, could come from anywhere else in the county, one of the other departments. They're willing to give them to us because we will train them and we will take care of that part. Now, as part of this plan, what I would ask the board to consider is that if these agencies do step forward and give us somebody, that we pay for that person's salary while they're in there. I think I have the budget savings in the Sheriff's Department budget alone from the holes I have. Plus, if we're asking them to contribute a body, I'd have a tough time asking them to also pay for contributing that body. It's the body we need to open the jail. Now, another option that they can do in doing that and providing a body is I would suggest that we do it on a 6-month rotation. So I'm asking for them to give me an 18-month commitment, 3 6-month rotations. At the end of that 18 months, if we haven't come around and been able to staff the jail, they can pull their people, and we will fall back and start pulling our deputies from the street if that's what it takes at the end of the 18-month. Because their concern is that they don't want to, because I've met with everybody up there that you see, except for the outskirt non-law enforcement department heads of the county. I haven't met with all of them yet, but everybody else I've met with. And one of the main concerns is, well, are we going to give you this body and make this commitment, and the Board of Supervisors is not even going to pass your staffing plan? If that's the case, we're not going to do it, because then it'd be for naught. So they want to know that we're moving forward with a solid plan in order to contribute to being part of the solution. Now, I can tell you that the talks have gone good, and it's difficult with most of them there. Almost all of them are willing to try to work to help us out. There's maybe one agency that is not, but I haven't asked for a specific commitment yet. And let me tell you about another thing that came up in talking to these allied partners is they said one of the things there where they agreed to help was that they would cover some of our calls of service or go until a deputy could respond or postpone it or whatever to help us out so we could start pulling deputies off the street and staff the jail. I'm going to go back to what I said to you at the beginning. That's trading one problem for another. If I'm starting to pull deputies off the street, all of our programs are going to suffer. They're going to be putting people in our jail because it'll be staffed. We will be getting complaints left and right from our rural citizens, and as a whole, it doesn't help our communities, our rural communities especially. Once again, they'll be underserved and not getting the level of service that they have come accustomed to getting. We have made great strides in changing our levels of service to our rural communities. I don't want to go backwards. So when we ask for help from like the cities that came here and our other law enforcement partners, we're asking for bodies. We're not asking them to cover patrol. We're asking them contribute. Even if they're contributing non-sworn, we can do it. And that 6-month rotation, the reason I look for that is we don't have to send them through the Corps Academy if they're only in there for 6 months. It, one, takes the burden off of, let's say you are the DA and you're going to assign somebody. You don't have to assign one guy for 18 months into that jail. You can use 3 people or 2 people and just do them on 6-month rotation. It takes a little bit of the burden and the sting out of doing that. Now, I know that you can come up with all kinds of reasons why not to do it if you're an allied agency. You can start talking about we're short-staffed, which everybody's short-staffed. I think there's only the 2 cities aren't short-staffed. You can say it's going to be a union problem, which we are going to need cooperation for the unions without a doubt. You could say, well, our guys don't want to work the jail. Say whatever you want. There's a million reasons you could come up with not to help, but there's a million reasons to help. And there are a million reasons that we can try to work this out if everybody cooperates. This is a Shasta County community problem. It is not just a Shasta County as a county government problem. It's all of our problems, and we're trying to work out solutions, and this is a solution in a way we can get there. I'm going to give you this as a little illustration of what I just talked about. So there's the outline of our county, and there's all of our deputies working the different areas of our county. You start pulling deputies off of the street to staff the jail, and you will have a minimum deployment out there where we now can't start going to certain type of calls, where our rural areas have no coverage, where our jail is staffed and the cities are the only ones filling the jail with their arrest, where our MET, marijuana eradication team, our drug task force, our detectives, our rural deputy programs will all start to be diminished and even removed while we're running the jail. It'll negatively impact morale on patrol, and we'll be exposing ourselves to the risk of losing deputies to other agencies. The services to our citizens, as I mentioned, will be diminished, and most importantly, all those extra activities we've been able to do, we're not going to be able to realize anymore. I do not want to go there, board. If we have to, we will. We don't have to yet. Think I have a good solution for the temporary part up on the board here. It'll be complicated. There's no doubt about it. It will take cooperation from the unions, from the cities, from our other law enforcement agencies. I know it's not easy, but I'm tired of making excuses for everything. We're trying to solve problems for this county. I'm trying to bring you solutions. There's another solution, and it always comes down to funding. And funding, you know, is the staffing plan was funding, the intermediate plan is funding, and long-term there's some other fundings. Now, back to cities wanting to help and other agencies wanting to help, I think if you can sit down, and this board can sit down with our partners and start talking about tax sharing agreements, or even you've heard a special sales tax initiatives. I know those have failed in the past. This hasn't been approached, to my knowledge, at least since I've been here. I have had a pretty good conversation. A few of us did with the city of Reading recently on this note. It's something that needs to be discussed. The jail is not allowed, per state law, a Senate bill, to charge for booking fees anymore. We get a stipend of about $257,000 a year for booking fees to try to offset those costs. From the time they did that in 2017 to the time they implemented that stipend, we're in a deficit of what we were getting. So ever since they quit allowing us to charge booking fees and gave us that stipend, it's been a deficit and put us in the red on that. So tax sharing agreement might be a way to go about that. I don't have a tax sharing agreement plan to propose to you here today. That's kind of your guys' job to initiate, I would think. I'd be glad to help with it. I'm here just to talk about the staffing and getting the jail open. So with that, I'm just going to reiterate, there's 3 real asks on the table here for you. The first one is to authorize the proposed staffing plan that we put forth. That's just the combination of the conversion of the positions, the adding 5 positions, and the PSSO, increasing the PSSO position. And then the third part is to come together as a board, authorize means for us to try to move forward with that immediate plan, and working with our allied agencies and other department heads to make this happen. That concludes the presentation, and any one of us will be happy to field questions from you.
Thank you, Sheriff Johnson. Do we have any questions? We do have one speaker request card, but before we go to public comment, would any board members like to ask any questions at this time? Supervisor Gregory?
Yes. Just out of curiosity, you mentioned JBCT and then the MAP program. Is that what's the breadth and scope that you have at this point in the jail, and is it effective? And
those are both fully underway, and I'm pretty proud to tell you that our jail staff administration has been so on top of that and far ahead of a lot of the jails going on. And that we're getting tasked with more and more of that. And that's part of the reason for that remodel in those programming space. And I could tell you, as we have to do more, that's why we need the bodies. Did you want to add anything to that, Captain?
Yeah, the only thing that I would like to add is in the jail currently, we just don't have the space for that programming. So we have them running, but it's at the minimums. So when I mentioned JBCT, MAP, EASE, which is the early access program the state just sent down the pipe, if we were to have that expansion, those programming spaces in Department 2, we'd be able to actually bolster those programs, along with, the schooling part for the inmates, religious services. I mean, there's several. I can keep going and going. There's so many programs that we have. We just don't have the space for them right now.
yeah, and those kinds of programs will actually help with the, I should say, attitudes in the jail, and then in the long run, it helps staff, because they're not dealing with people quite as agitated or unhappy. You know, keeping them busy and engaged in programs with positive impact on improving their attitudes and their mental health, et cetera, I think is a really positive thing and something we really should be striving for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Supervisor Kellstrom.
Yeah, first of all, thank you guys for a great presentation. Really appreciate all your hard work on this. CEO Rickert, if I don't mean to put you on the spot, but we discussed this last week, the PSSO positions, about increasing those. Is that Is that something that's going to be on a future agenda here, or something this board needs to discuss in closed session, or where are we at on that?
Okay, to address that, I had conversations both with the chairman and with Sheriff Johnson. I think I'm in agreement with the salaries of the PSSOs. I think everybody agrees the salary structure for the PSSOs is low, and I could see quick movement on that if everybody agrees and we get direction from the board. The other thing is there are some, and I have to commend the sheriff also. There's been a lot of negotiation and, in my opinion, improvement on the initial plan, and I'd sure like to sit down and work with them on a comprehensive proposal, but at least with the PSSOs, definitely that's something we can move forward with if we're directed to do so by the board.
Okay, and I would rather do it sooner rather than later. I mean, however we can fast track this thing through, we need to get that floor open, and thanks again for all the hard work. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Garmin.
Thank you, Chair Jones. It was a great presentation, all three of you guys, with your parts to that. Do you have buy-in from the other agencies to supply the person for the 6-month shifts, rotational shifts?
So I have, yes, I have good cooperation going so far. Now, of course, a few of them it was sticker shock almost already, just because they're short-staffed too. I would say out of all those agencies up there, almost all of them are on board.
Okay. And then, I don't know how soon we can bring this back for the entire package.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Garmin, can I make one clarification?
Sure.
I did not ask any of them for any specific commitment yet. It was just opening talks to see if they would be willing to work to try to work something out. So I don't want to send the wrong message that they've all said, yes, we're giving you a body, but they're cooperative to trying to help the community for sure.
Thank you, Sheriff. And I think we've seen that by their showing up at our board meetings. You know, they're showing up here. Obviously they realize it's a countywide problem, more than just, like you mentioned earlier, it's not just the county government. It's going to take all parts on board, or all hands on board, to get this done. But with that, Chair, has there been discussions to bring all this back, or do we need to make a motion for that? Or
Yeah, we're still just under discussion. We do have public comments too.
Okay.
So I expect some action shortly.
okay, thank you.
Supervisor Rickard.
Yes, I was going to ask the same question. What would it take to, do we need to agendize this, or can we agendize this? And if so, can I make a motion to put this so we can bring it back? Is that a yes?
Yeah, we're just under
So-
discussion. And
Okay.
would you like to hear from the public before we get into motions?
Guess so.
Supervisor Cry.
I know we discussed this, Sheriff Johnson, on the phone, but I think it'd be good for the public just to know that it's been thought of a little bit. But could you articulate a little bit about unions and some apprehension you could see possibly with unions not being super on board with it to a point?
Yeah, that's probably the number one hurdle, Supervisor Cry. The unions are going to have to come to the table because it's out of their typical job description for a lot of them. For a police officer, let's say for one of the cities, to come and work the jail. It's different, I know, and it's innovative and it's not normal. But if anybody has the power to do it, the unions would be able to have the power to do it with their associations and allow that. And it's not just the sworn we're talking about here, because we in the sheriff's office have even used records staff to go fill in at the jail. But, you know, even a records person or a person that's working in some other aspect in another county department may belong to UPEC or another union, and it's still going to be a union issue to allow them to, you know, do an emergency lending of bodies. So I can't express enough how that's probably the number one hurdle that we're going to face. But again, you know, rather than just make this excuse of we can't do it, I'd like to see them come to the table to help bring a solution for our county.
Yeah, I appreciate that because I know one of the things we had talked about back in January when I talked about like a National Guard type of thing, where one of the issues became unions as well, not to mention all the training. But I really appreciate that. Thank you.
And we're willing to do that. I saw Monica here, and so I'm glad she's hearing all of that, because that'll be a big step in working that through.
Well, it's going to take everybody, like, not just pointing and saying, well, it's not my problem, or you got to figure it out. Unions and a lot of individuals got to come to the table.
You know, thank you. One aspect of that I didn't bring up when I talked about the county, you know, maybe paying that wage while they lend us that body. So one of the partners that I met with suggested that they may be able to give me a cadet or rotate cadets through there because it'd be a good part of their training. Well, they're not union, so maybe that could happen. But the point of that was that cadet's wage is less than that PSSO's wage. So to actually be a bump in pay for that cadet to come in that rotation and get that experience and make more money while
The
they're
training's
doing
invaluable
it. Yep.
in their, criminal justice career. Thank you.
Supervisor Kellstrom.
Yeah, one of the other things we discussed along the lines of Supervisor Cry there, we discussed the hierarchy. So, a sheriff's deputy versus a correctional guard. If I'm sure you've addressed everything else here and have plans for it, but have you addressed that at all, or,
Yeah, I'm sorry, Supervisor, I'm not quite clear on the question.
So we discussed at that meeting last week, where are we going to have the hierarchies versus, a sheriff's deputy that's, just 6 months into the jail versus a correctional guard that's been there 10 years, and who is whose boss, oversees who answers to who.
Gotcha. Yeah, and so to specifically address that, that is why that conversion of that one supervisor that's on the outskirts becomes an actual sheriff's deputy supervisor. So they're at the same level supervising those folks that have reached that status, that sheriff's deputy status, versus correctional deputies inside the jail. They're equal level correctional deputy sergeants inside that jail. And that's why we're trying to kind of keep the two not crossing of jobs there, one for the union issues and two for the supervision issues.
Captain Stonehouse, were you going to add to that? It looks like you were back there.
Yeah, just a little bit. Sorry about that. That sworn deputy sheriff sergeant would be a direct report to me. The two correctional deputy lieutenants would obviously still oversee everything within the jail facility, but that sworn sergeant would be a direct report to me.
All right, we do have a few speaker requests. First up is Stephen Kahn, followed by Lisa Jensen. And if anyone else would like to address us, please come on up or fill out a speaker request card.
Good afternoon, community members, board. I just wanted to express support for the innovative things that the sheriff has put together, and I can't see it happen fast enough. I would just urge you guys to support him every which way that you can to move this forward. The impact on the community for having those people on the streets, the repeat crimes they're doing, the impact to all of the law enforcement services, RPD, APD, Shasta Lake, and the Sheriff's Department, in having these people repeatedly offend can also be reduced if we can keep them in the jail, particularly the severe repeat offenders. So I just urge you to move forward as rapidly as possible with the pay increases and everything that the sheriff requested. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Lisa Jensen, and I have no other speaker request cards.
Good afternoon. I did want to say, listening to Sheriff Johnson's plan, I think that it's an excellent plan, very creative and thoughtful. I especially like the idea of increasing the pay for the PSSOs, because my concern would be that's not an awful lot of money to work in a place like the jail. Now, the jail environment can be very negative, very negative place to be, very depressing. So I think that it could certainly help if it has regular staffing. You'll have inmates that are more stable if they have enough people overseeing them. Being able to keep people in the jail also helps make sure that those people are processed through the justice system more efficiently. And so then the courts are not spinning their wheels, and then you save money in the long term. You get these people through the system. As far as the loaning out of bodies, I do think that there could be a roadblock there where if you are somebody who's at one agency that's overseen by, say, the city, and then you're going to go be on loan with the sheriff's office, I think you'll want to make sure that those people are assured that they're not going to see any sort of unexpected side effects to, say, their pensions or their benefits or anything like that. So I think getting in touch with the unions and making sure that those are not going to be collateral consequences, because you don't want the people who are taking this 18 months out of the agency that they intended to work for, and then suddenly they go ahead and help out, and then they have to bear the burden of trying to straighten that stuff out. So I think the sooner everybody can get clarity on the jurisdictional issues, the benefits issues, any kind of situation where somebody has to report to somebody else, I think those people are going to be a lot more excited to help out if they know that they're covered. So I think if you guys can answer those questions, that's going to help in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Would anyone else like to address us? Terry coming up.
During the break after the initial confrontation, I talked with a lot of people out in the lobby, and I listened to people talking, people from different sides of a fence. And one thing I heard was, we're Americans. We have so many things we agree on, so much common ground. Why can't we solve our problems? Why are we always fighting amongst ourselves? And one of the issues that came up in those conversations was the jail. It affects everybody. Crime doesn't just affect a liberal or a conservative, a rich person or a poor person. It affects everybody. Actually, it affects the poor people. People out on the street are affected by crime all the time. They get busted up all the time. So if you support mental health, you support a jail. It's something we can do. Now, here's an opportunity for all 5 of you to work together and to show everybody in the room that we're still Americans and we have the ability to govern ourselves. I'm not in a position to judge the sheriff's plans. It's way over my head. But if he thinks it's a good idea, if other people look at it, if you've looked at it and you think it's a good idea, then it's time to get together and all 5 of you vote and start solving problems that affect everybody for the good of the nation and the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry coming up.
Since every city in Shasta County uses the jail, then I think it should be a shared effort. And I think that the sheriff has come through here. He's wanting to partner with people. I'm sure that people that are RPD rank and file probably out of their minds not being able to keep these people in jail. They go into jail, they're out in 10 minutes. And so I think that's a lot of it. I don't think jurisdiction has anything to do with it. They go to jail no matter what city they're in. And I think that people the RPD loaning us a guy is no big deal. I don't see where the county should have to pay them extra. I mean, isn't that just sort of your fair share, so to speak? Shouldn't we all be in this together? Shouldn't everybody be sharing the burden that we have with crime in the community? We just had a gentleman come up and talk about how we're supposed to get together. Well, how about the agencies? Shouldn't we have the agencies get together and have them say, okay, Sheriff, we're going to help you with this. Okay, Board, we're going to help you with this. I don't think we should pay them any extra money. I like the idea of using the cadets. I think that's a great idea. It's a good opportunity for them. It's a good opportunity to learn some things. It's a good opportunity to make a little more money as they're going through school, as they're learning to be a police officer. I think those are good ideas. I think that when Chris had brought up about using the other folks for the menial task, or maybe not so menial, but, open the door, shut the door, pick up the phone, do whatever you have to do, I think that's brilliant. I think that's something we need to do. Now, if the union isn't going to go along with this, then shame on them. Shame on them. Because isn't this a community project? Isn't this something for everybody in the community? Everybody wants it. Everybody needs it. We all know what's going on in Los Angeles. You can't even walk down the street. I know people that live down there that buy old cars because they're afraid if they take their new car downtown, they won't ever see it again. We've gone into this. We're tired of catch and release. There is a plan that's viable. Needs some tweaking, whatever you guys think it needs to tweak, but I think that the other agencies and the cities can chip in the money to send their own guy and pay for it themselves as part of a team. So I think that as we go on with this, there's a lot of good ideas there. There's a lot of things we have to do and we need to do, but we need to get this problem solved. And if it means everybody working together, and that's what we're going to have to do. So anyway, that's what I think.
Thank you, Terry.
Hey, Terry, I think with the gap that the sheriff, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the gap that the sheriff is talking about is if we were to take somebody from another agency, another department here that was maybe making $16, $17 an hour, and we put them in the correctional facility for the 6 months, that extra pay there, then the sheriff would take that on. So not so much an RPD officer, but another staff member that would fill in one of those PSSO positions.
Thanks for the clarification.
Concerned citizen, come on.
Trying to not cause any emotional damage. So I have a question on, did I hear we were going to change the language in the hiring process? Does that mean lowering the standards at all? Because I know when you lower standards, it creates lawsuits, and I think we should be aware of that and careful. What about people that have been working in the jail for a long time and deserve some advancement? Like they might want to work on the streets or work on the beat and get out of the jail. Are they going to have that ability, or is that going to be put off till later on after all this mess gets figured out? I have family that works up there, and I know they're concerned about that. I'd also like to know what happened with the ABO 9 money. I mean, does anybody have any answers what happened with the ABO 9 money? Wasn't that supposed to go to help with the jail and all that? Or I don't know. There's a lot of unanswered questions I'd like to have answered if possible. Yeah, that's about it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Under Sheriff Jackson, did you want to address any of that? I see you heading this way.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair Jones. I think there's 3 questions. Change in the language is on our application flyer, where if somebody wants to be a deputy sheriff, they can choose to apply for the custody division or the patrol division, and it's just on the flyer. Definitely not lowering our standards. So, the second question was, oh, if we do have that program, we have deputy trainees. So currently, it's a lot of times it's open to our correctional deputy staff. They can test. We send them to the academy. We have one right now that we pulled from the jail. It's at the Butte Academy. We had several others the last go around. So we do pull from within. In this model, if we have, let's say it happens and it's full, and we have all the custody deputy sheriffs and we have patrol deputy sheriffs. If there's a patrol deputy sheriff position that comes available because somebody promotes, retires, chooses to leave or whatnot, and now there's a vacancy on in our enforcement division, the first opportunity would go to the custody deputy sheriff. Hey, does any of you, 8 or 9, however many there are, does any of you want to come out to patrol? Yes, we'd send them out to patrol first and then backfill on the backside. As well as if there's no openings, we would also fill off the flyer from custody to patrol. So it's fluid. Because we definitely, as Sheriff Johnson had up there, we're looking at the career path. And so definitely anybody that is qualified, makes it through the patrol process, we would definitely look from within first. And the AB 109 monies, we have those monies allocated to us through probation, and they're used to help staff our AB 109 enforcement as well as the jail. So those monies are there.
Thank you. Supervisor Kelsey.
Yeah, I was going to say there's probably more chances for movement or get onto the streets or more opportunities when the jail's fully staffed. I mean, right now, I don't think these guys can afford to lose anybody. So I would think that.
People start out in the jail so they can move out on the streets, and they've been with COVID.
Sir, wait. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. That's something that is something we do for sure.
All right, we'll bring it back. There's no vote today, but obviously I think we want to make some direction. Supervisor Garman, I know you wanted to make a motion. You had indicated that, and it would be to bring this back, hopefully to work with our CEO, work with our allied agencies, bring back a formal presentation for the board to review at our earliest convenience, maybe have Director Monica Fugent in on those conversations as well, and bring it back as soon as possible. So I'm assuming that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So I'll make that motion.
And I'll second it.
So we have a motion. It's been seconded. Any other discussion? Any other members of the public wish to address us on R2? See none, call for Supervisor Kellstrom.
Well, I was just one quick question for the sheriff, and you can probably answer from there. Have you already reached out to the police chiefs in the other towns? How has that gone?
Yeah, he said, yeah.
Thank you, Supervisor Kellstrom. Absolutely. The last thing I want to do was come here and blindside all those partners before speaking with them at individual meetings with everybody up there, again, except the county department heads that aren't law enforcement. I haven't met with them.
But Redding and Anderson are both on board and ready to help out, or as far as you can tell?
The majority of those agencies that I talk to up there are.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much.
Any other questions or discussion before we go to the vote? See none, call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Sheriff. Under Sheriff. So our day has been a little disruptive. We do have an outside consultant coming in, so we're going to recess for approximately 45 minutes. In closed session, we're going to be covering R11, the possible initiation of litigation, one potential case. Would anyone like to address us on R11 before we go into recess? Seeing none, we will now recess for approximately 45 minutes. We are returning from closed session. With regards to R11, there is no reportable action. We will now be moving on to R1. This is to approve a letter to the State of California Attorney General regarding the zogfire case prosecuted by the Shasta County District Attorney against PG&E and stipulate the final judgment in Shasta County Superior Court, case number 202363, and the dismissal of the Shasta County criminal case number 21-00662. And we do have a variety of speaker request cards. We've gone over this matter at a previous meeting. Do we have any questions before we open it up to public comment? Seeing none, we'll open it up for public comment. Steve Kahn first, followed by Don Duckett.
Good afternoon, board, those troopers that are still here. Basically, just be a continuation of what I said in general comments, which was that it's a witch hunt, basically, that Kevin Cry is, I think, paranoid and delusional in what he believes happened with all this. And I guess the letter's fine. We can send that. I think you're going to get back the results that say that everything that DA Bridget did was appropriate. And it's going to be a waste of a lot of people's time. So that's my opinion of it, and we'll see what happens.
Thank you, Steve. Don Duckett, followed by Joshua Brown. I don't see him here. And then Suzanne Barrymore.
Morning, board. I covered most of my comments during open time, so I don't have a lot left to say. I think the letter is probably the most appropriate thing to do, and is fully within your jurisdiction to do that. I wouldn't be surprised if the DA has already asked the AG to look into this, and that ball is already rolling. Really, my issue is that it not go any further than the letter. Let's not spend any more county time or money on this issue. It's out of your jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Joshua Brown. I don't see Joshua. Suzanne Barrymore.
Can you make this thing do what it's supposed to do? Thank you. So, okay, supervisors. So Supervisor Jones, at the last meeting, you made some comments justifying this letter and this witch hunt of our DA based on emails you said you had received. You said that you had had 2 to 3 months.
Communications and emails, yes.
Okay, so you said you had 2 to 3 months of texts and emails from IGO residents that they've been bringing up these issues. For the first month, you responded to a few of them, had no answers nor formulated ideas. You said these emails and communications included concerns about lack of felony convictions and distribution of funds, months of emails and questions about the Gray Pines. Children's Legacy Center, many emails to that effect. These are questions that have been posed to us. Was there any outside or internal influence? That was a comment in the context of the number of employees who have left county employment and now work at the Children's Legacy Center. But the emails and questions kept coming month after month after month. So, curious sort that I am, I went and asked for the emails. There were, as you'll see here, a list of 17 emails. I went back, just for fairness sake, all the way to January 1st of 2022. So the first thing we're gonna do is take out the emails that were from 2022 because they don't relate to the topic at hand that you've justified writing this letter for. Then we're going to take out the emails that were sent on August 4th, because that's the day you were making this decision based on these emails you claim to have received. There's an email from August 2nd asking you not to hold the special meeting. We're going to take out the 2 emails. One was a flyer for Lynn Fritz's radio show, and the other was a newsletter from Senator Dolly. And then finally, we're going to take out the 4 emails that were from a citizen complaining about his criminal case before DA Bridget. So this leaves us 2 emails. This is concerning because you said that you'd responded to some. I saw no responses. And you're basing this letter on these communications. So your prevarication in this, either you prevaricated to justify this, or you're deleting emails, or you have not given me what I requested. So let's get that sorted out. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Suzanne, you should know that I do not use email very much. Most people come and see me. Hey, no, please have a seat. I'm not directing it to you. So, a lot of people come see me. If you don't mind. You guys are just incredibly rude today. So I do not respond a lot to emails. I have a lot of people that come see me. On an average day, I probably have 6-7 people come and see me on an average day. And I use email very little. So your point is pointless. All right, Sean, come on up. Where are you at, Sean? And that's our last public speaker request.
I appreciate the time before the board. Good afternoon. What I would like to do is just briefly address some comments to the folks that are calling us a witch hunt, and just ask you folks in a polite way, because what I saw this morning was a disgrace for adults to act like that on both sides. I mean, picking at each other and that stuff, and I know I'm doing a little bit right now, but we should come together and find solutions rather than being divisive. And so this back and forth, and we're all like, what, in our mid-50s? I mean, I am early 50s, so it's just ridiculous to watch this go on. I know that people across the country watch these and drink and have fun at our expense. But you talked about a witch hunt. So to what extent have you folks went and pulled the documents relating to the zogfire? In 2010, the community of San Bruno was blown up by PG&E. They were prosecuted in federal court for it. They're currently on federal probation for it. So I will say this. I don't vote. I'm not political. I'm not left. I'm not right. But everything that Supervisor Cry has said about the zogfire and every question that he's raised is legitimate and valid. And I've done a bunch of research. I've reviewed the federal court documents. I've gone to room 219, which is the criminal court clerks here in Shasta County. And I've gone to room 319. There's documents from 319, which is the civil court clerk's window. There are a number of documents that can be pulled through FOIA requests. PG&E admitted in the federal court proceedings that they marked that tree that caused the zogfire. They admitted under oath through their attorneys, specifically Mr. Orsino, O-R-S-I-N-I. So that tree was marked. It's either 6658 or 6657 in one of their studies. So the fact that Ms. Bridget, in her press conference, which I watched the Board of Supervisors meeting with Supervisor Cry, questioning Ms. Bridget. She is conspicuously absent today, which is sort of funny. But in any event, Ms. Bridget lied in the press conference and said that Judge Flynn's 995 ruling prevented the DA's office from bringing the case to criminal trial. That is an absolute falsity. I've been doing criminal trials for 23 years. I've been in the criminal system as a prosecutor and defense lawyer for 25 years. And so there's a penal code section provision that allows the prosecutor to dismiss and refile or refile charges after a case has been dismissed. It's penal code section 1387. So when Ms. Bridges said she wasn't happy about this civil settlement and it could not proceed to trial, that is an outright lie. Ms. Bridget did this civil settlement for $50 million, and of that, the poor residents of Igo got $200,000. Ms. Bridget is a board of director as well as an officer of the Children's Legacy, to which she donated $7 million. There are very strict rules about financial transactions with the California State Bar when it comes to self-dealing. That is allocating money from a public settlement, which should have gone to the people of Igo, who are getting screwed by the DA's office, and $200,000 is a pin. So I will simply say that Ms. Bridget helped PG&E get away with murder on the zogfire, because in my mind, as a former prosecutor who's handled homicide cases and a defense lawyer who's handled homicide cases, I will simply tell you that PG&E, given the San Bruno case, the Camp Fire, there was another fire I think called the Daniels Fire, PG&E has been on plenty of notice for years and years and years about what's going to happen if their transmission lines go down. And that if anyone goes and pulls this federal probation case, you will get this judge, Judge Alsup, A-L-S-U-P, who is infuriated by PG&E's conduct, has...
I'm going to allow him to speak. Thank you. Quiet from the floor, please.
Judge Alsup has written a number of opinions and decisions and questioned and grilled PG&E's lawyers at length and ordered them to issue an order to show cause about why they misled the court. So everything that Supervisor Cry has brought up about the zogfire is absolutely valid. And I'm not here to endorse Mr. Cry or to his political horn. I'm here to show that this district attorney's office has continued a pattern of unethical behavior. Last week in Superior Court, one of our deputies was chided and reminded and scolded by Judge Wood about breaching at least 3 or 4 rules of professional conduct, violating the ethical canons. Nothing has changed since last year's election. In fact, the fact that she got 2 more years, I think the legislature, not you guys, I think has only emboldened her. And this civil settlement is really, she's stolen and swindled the people of Igo. She's financially raped them. $200,000 out of $50 million goes to Igo. That's it. When 4 people lost their life, it's disgusting. And for her to sit up here or issue a press conference saying, well, you know, that was Judge Flynn. Judge Flynn issued 995 and we're prevented from filing a criminal case is a complete, well, I don't want to curse in front of you guys. But I will tell you this, that having done a number of homicide cases, and apparently that's what I'm good at, murder charges should have been filed against PG&E. And I will further tell you this, that I've gone back and I've reviewed the preliminary hearing transcripts, at least experts of that hearing. I was aware and around when that preliminary hearing was going on. The criminal defense committee was stunned that the senior prosecuting attorney in that case blundered and blew a critical piece of evidence. Simply, and what that piece of evidence is notice, right? And knowledge. And the one piece of evidence that DA's office did not get into evidence was the fact that PG&E had marked and had studies done and then had delisted. So in other words, that tree was marked for removal, the Great Pine, so it's 6657 or 6658 on their study, was marked for removal by some outside forestry companies. And then PG&E delisted it. And I believe they delisted that Great Pine because that was on private property and they couldn't go in and cut it out. But in any event. So PG&E has been on notice for years about that Great Pine. They didn't do anything about it. And by that, so under second degree murder theory, it's called the natural and probable consequence. So if somebody acts or fails to act with knowledge that that action or inaction could result in death or great bodily injury, they're on the hook for second-degree murder. So if I was the DA, I would have filed murder charges against PG&E. And I've done... All right, well, in any event, I would put my career handling homicides against anybody else in Shasta County, except I think Mike Borges and I are pretty close together in terms of handling homicides. But for a layperson to come in and talk about a homicide case and what is and what is not, the law is a joke. So the one issue... the one critical piece of evidence that should have been brought before the court that was admitted to down in federal district court in San Francisco with Judge Alsup was blundered and completely botched by this Shasta County District Attorney's Office by a senior prosecutor. It just begs the question of why, whether it was just complete idiocy or maybe the case was thrown. I don't know, but I simply would say any seasoned veteran prosecutor knows how to lay the foundation, or just lawyer, to get a piece of evidence in. And so there was a point in those proceedings where some other person tried to get the court to take judicial notice of this federal file. And what's curious is that the prosecutor objected. But what's in that federal file is all these documents and pleadings where PG&E admits to having marked that tree, the Great Pine that causes zogfire.
All right, I think we've got enough.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Garman.
Sean, I have a question for you.
Yes.
You were mentioning about the dollars for Igo, how they should have gotten more than $200,000. Wouldn't it have been handled from the civil lawsuit, not the civil prosecution?
Say it again, I'm sorry.
Would the dollars for IGO have come through the civil lawsuit instead of the civil prosecution?
They should have been both. So the legal, we're going to get a little legal technical here. The civil prosecution didn't allege damages, and that's the one thing that prosecution should have done, is allege damages, because there was a lot of trees that were burned, a lot of acreage was burned, and so there was this very subtle nuance of not fighting the damages charge, because that would have cost PG&E like billions, because you have to pay for a tree, right? So I don't know what's in your wallet, but to get back to Capital One, but what's the value of an oak tree out there, right? And it would have cost billions and billions of dollars. And so if you look at who should have been allocated that money, it still should have gone to IGO. I get that IGO wasn't specifically named as far as the damages go for having trees burned, but you're talking about, and we'll get into the children's legacy in a second, but you're talking about allocating funds off the back of a community that was destroyed, people's lives were lost, right? And so you've quote, earned this money. You've got this settlement off of these folks over here in this corner of the county, and they get screwed and see what, 0.0001% of that settlement? And that doesn't make any sense.
So do you think the civil lawsuit was handled poorly?
100%.
And that was this previous board that approved that?
I don't know, but so Supervisor Garvin, here's the curious thing.
No, it's okay, Sean. I just want to know a little bit of the difference there.
I know, but can I just finish, please? There was a prior civil settlement for $12 million. In that civil settlement, there was a release of all future claims. So it's curious to me from a legal standpoint how this civil thing could have come about, because in that prior civil settlement for $12 million, it's a done deal.
And who handled the civil lawsuit prior? That was our county. It wasn't the DA. Our county council.
It may have been county council. I
just want to make sure the blame's going to the fair place.
No, 100%.
And I agree. I think the funds could have been spent differently, but I don't believe that the DA. I think what you have is you've got two issues. You've got. I'm hearing you talk about the money for IGO, which is, in my opinion, the civil lawsuit was handled partly by our county council and our outside counsel that we hired. Then you have the other issues you brought up as a Children's Legacy Center, where that needs to be looked into. I've sent off my letter, and I would definitely support sending off this letter we have in our packet today as well.
Okay.
So thank you.
And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Supervisor Craig.
Are we under board discussion at this point? Or
we're just talking, yep, under discussion, yes.
okay, so one of the things.
I'm not sure if I sit down or stay here.
Well, yeah, you can sit down.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah. Now we do have one. I thought you were addressing Mr. Northam. Otherwise, I still have Margaret Hanson for public comment. Would you like to address this, Margaret, on this item, R1?
So I'm still having a struggle with it. There's a lot of people that don't want to question the DA about her decisions, but I'm going to question the DA about her decisions, because I honestly believe that it was mishandled. It smacks of, there's something going on. And I hate to say that, because $7 million for a Children's Legacy Center that she is a part of the board, that right there is impropriety. Sorry, it is what it is. It's the truth. And I'm having a hard time with that, because I honestly think that IGO should have gotten the bulk of everything. And I don't know where the other millions of dollars went. PG&E skates again for free, pretty much, because $50 million is not a lot of money to them. So I would question it, and I'm going to keep questioning it. And I know there's a lot of people that want to protect the DA, but I'm sorry, there's something wrong, and it just needs to be dealt with. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Margaret. Would anyone else? R1 is to approve a letter to the.
I'm in the queue.
Okay, Supervisor Craig.
No, I just want to make sure, because I know you like to go last. So.
Yeah, but I didn't see your name. So anyways, we're going to approve a letter, or possibly, if the board so chooses, to approve a letter to send to the state of California, to the Attorney General regarding the zogfire case, prosecuted by the Shasta County District Attorney. And I guess my only ask on that is, I've seen the letter, it's in the staff report, but I'm going to make a motion that we approve a letter sent by the chair of this board, which would be me, and move it forward to the state attorney general. And so that's
I'll second that.
And do we have a motion? Is there a second?
I second it.
You second it. Okay, I made the motion. Supervisor Christ seconded it. Now under discussion, Supervisor Brickert.
What, you say it's just coming from you, not the entire board?
That is correct.
What, and what's the justification for that? Because,
Well, if the board approves it, they'll allow me the authority to write the letter. The letter will be very similar to this letter, but I have a few changes. I'm not going to leave it as is if that's what you
well,
mean.
then I can't vote for something I haven't seen.
Correct. If that's your choice. Supervisor Garman.
Thank you. I would agree with the same thing. I'd want to see the letter. I think we'd all be entitled to that. If you're going to speak on behalf of the board, it needs to be on behalf of the board, and we need to see what's in it. I would hope that all 5 of us would want to see that.
Supervisor Cry.
Well, a couple things on this topic that's been interesting to me. I brought up in an era of complete transparency, I made a motion this last meeting about having a special outside entity look into this that we would pick, hire, and pay for. So what we have now is we have no less than 6 or 7 attorneys, former judges, who have volunteered bringing things forward. And Mr. Northam, I had told him, I had said, hey, if you want to come in public comment, come in public comment. Many of the others are not because they're volunteering, they're not being paid. But, it's interesting, Mr. Khan gets up and then you actually are being given exactly why you're so wrong and ignorant on the issue, and you walk out when he's explaining it. I mean, I have the court transcripts. I have everything tabbed. Nothing I've said is wrong, and this isn't a witch hunt. What this is this is 100%. I'm trying to get to the bottom of questions that one gentleman in the audience in public comment had. It was about, did we let somebody murder 4 people in our community and walk in lieu of $50 million? That's my question. It has nothing to do with the DA or who prosecuted it. I want to send a very strongly worded letter to the Attorney General with notations, with court transcripts, because what the county had provided, which I get it, whoever on the staff did it, I didn't have a chance to ask who did that because I was gone last week and it came out and I didn't come yesterday and ask, but that was 2 paragraphs. That's going to end up on a desk and maybe an intern looks at it in a month or a year. We need to send something that is very strongly worded with cites that we can just get answers. I think the community deserves that. And like Mr. Northam had just said when he came up, who is a criminal prosecutor, who has prosecuted countless murder trials or defended individuals. But what we're seeing is you have the San Bruno explosion. They're on probation, and they want to get off of probation. And I think we sold out for $50 million. And I don't just think that, I know that. I know that at this point. So I would absolutely second sending a very strongly worded letter, and I don't blame the fellow supervisors for wanting to see that letter prior. But I would still vote because I have confidence in this chair that he's going to send a very strongly worded letter.
Councilman McComber.
Thank you, Chair. Pardon me. I understand that at least the proposed idea here would be for a letter that you would send as chair. 2 concerns come up. One, that appears to be, at least based on the description so far, outside the scope of the item as agendized today. And secondly, and this would go for any letter that comes from a supervisor or board, the action of submitting a letter by any individual supervisor is fine. It would be my recommendation that it be clear that it's from that supervisor as opposed to the board. And on the flip of that, if it's a board authorized letter, then of course that could represent that it's the board's direction. So I'd want to make sure it's clear if Chair Jones, you're inclined to send a letter on your own as a supervisor, that's fine, but you'd want to make sure, in my opinion, that it was representing that it was on behalf of yourself as opposed to the board. And if there's direction to go further beyond that in order to approve a letter that's not on the agenda, my concern was the first one raised.
Okay. We could bring it back, we could bring this back for future discussion, have the full document present, and then we could send it that way. So I'm going to amend my motion that I will bring back at the next meeting a letter to approve to send off to the Attorney General.
I would second that.
Okay. So we have.
I do have No, that's fine.
That's fine, okay.
Yeah.
Council McCumber.
Yeah, so if it's of course, a motion just to put something on the next agenda.
Correct.
That's not obviously been agendized, but it's okay to say we'll put it on the future agenda.
That'll be on the next agenda. It'll be exact same wording. It'll just be a different letter, that's all.
And for the board's consideration, not a recommendation to do or not do, today's item enables the board, if it's so inclined, to entertain amendments or changes to the letter that's proposed here. Sometimes the letter will come before the board and there is not an option to amend because it's just as presented. So again, not a recommendation to do that now or not, but so the board's reminded that it has that option.
If we had a letter, if we had a letter ready to read, would that be something that we'd be able to amend that, even just for our motion that we have right now, where if there was a letter, if there was a letter right now that we read, would we be able to vote on that, or do we have to bring that back?
As I understand the item, I could double check it here, but there's a draft included that could be approved as is or could be amended. So
amended meaning it could have every word stricken out,
I suppose theoretically, so long as that's completed during this item and it's clearly articulated that that's what the board wants to do, then you could amend it here now, have the board vote on whether to approve it or not.
Yeah.
Alternatively, Chair Jones is moving to put a different draft forward for a different day on a different agenda.
The letter that I have is several hundred pages long. Would that be?
Yeah, I mean, because I've actually submitted to Patrick some of the stuff. He's
I mean, it's the CAL FIRE report. It's all the attachments.
Those are all the sites.
Right.
Yes.
So I mean, it's a lot of attachments. Would those all need to be read? Or would it be easier to just bring it back next meeting?
It would, let me make sure I understand the question, Chair. Let me put it this way. If to the extent there's an item that the board would be considering, regardless of its length, or lack thereof, then yeah, I would suggest.
Let's just do it next week, and we can put it in the board packet, and then they can read it, and then if they choose not to get on board with accountability for murder victims in this county, they can do that because it's right here, it's going to be big, and it's all truthful, and then we'll see how much time's wasted while they read it.
So I believe my amended motion does state that we'll bring back a different letter at the very next meeting, and then the board can decide. I think it's been seconded. Is that correct, Supervisor Craig?
Yes.
Okay.
Bring it back.
Any other discussion? Next up is our consent calendar. The following consent calendar items are considered to be routine and non-controversial. They may be acted upon by the board at one time without any discussion. Any board member or staff member may request that item to be removed from the consent calendar for discussion or consideration. Stephanie, do we have any changes to the consent or anything to be pulled or modified?
No, Chair, we do not.
All right. Would any members of the public like to address us on any of the consent items? Seeing none, bring it back for board's consideration.
Yes, I'd like to pass, make a motion to pass.
I'll second.
Approval.
We have a motion. It's been seconded to approve the consent calendar. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Passes unanimously. We'll move on to our regular calendar continued. Administrative office, this is R3. Take the following actions. Receive an update from our CEO officer on any county issues and consider actions specific to any legislation related to Shasta County's legislative platform and receive supervisors' reports. CEO Rickard, do you have any updates for us this week?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. First, I'd like to announce that I went to the Hat Creek event yesterday with the Big Valley Cattlemen's Association, Shasta County Farm Bureau, Intermountain County Cattlewomen, and Northeast California Water Association meeting in Hat Creek. Very enjoyable, met a lot of people, learned a lot about our rural community, and I also attended that with Supervisor Rickard. Also, in relation to meetings with the sheriff, I had a meeting with Chairman Jones and the sheriff and a number of community leaders to discuss the jail operations and possible funding for jail and opening up the third floor. That's my report.
Thank you, CEO Rickard. And There's no legislative or no vote to take on that. Would anyone from the public like to address us on R3 before we get to supervisors' reports? Seeing none, we'll start with Supervisor Rickert and move our way this way.
All right, attended the LAFCO meeting. They recognized Erwin Fust, a former Shasta County Supervisor, for his many years of service. Director Williamson also complimented Ken Cristobal from Public Works and Nolda Short, our auditor, who's in the audience, for her assistance with some auditing. So I just wanted to share that with you, that you got a pat on the back. Went to the Shasta Substance Use Coalition. Efforts are being made to identify needs to close gaps in service for when someone is released from jail and to ensure that their medically assisted treatment, their MAT treatment, continues, and that's really an important issue. Attended the Asphalt Cowboys Lunch for Media Day. I attended a Palisadro/Millville Firewise Council meeting. This is another Firewise Council that's trying to get up and off the ground. We've got 9 functioning councils in the county with 6 in progress. I've had conversations with citizens concerned about the Fountain Wind Project. And I also attended last night in Hat Creek, the Fall River Big Valley Cattlemen's Association meeting, the Shasta County Farm Bureau meeting, Intermountain Cattle Women, and the Northeastern California Water Association group, all of which I am a member of all of those. And it was at the Hat Creek. And I just wanted to thank CEO Rickert for driving up the mountain and enjoying the cooler weather and the good company. I've had discussions with EDC about some new proposed projects that are being considered or being worked on throughout the county, and I'll keep you posted on those. One thing I would like to ask if we could consider agendizing the issue we are having with so many people in the county getting notices of non-renewal with their insurance company. That's a huge issue for many, many people. And I think this is something that we really need to educate ourselves and see what we can do. Maybe, talk to our representatives in Sacramento or whatever we can do to see if we can help facilitate that issue. So I don't know, CEO Rickert, how would we go about addressing that? What would be the best way?
A motion to bring back an agenda item to have a discussion on notices of non-renewal for fire insurance.
Okay, well then I just made that motion, I guess.
I'd second that.
Okay, thank you. And then last but not least, I just wanted to alert the public that the County of Shasta has filed an opposition and objection to the CEC for the notice of completion request on the Fountain Wind Project in the Round Mountain and Montgomery Creek areas. And if anyone's interested, to please go online, California Energy Commission. And if you like to read up on what Shasta County has filed, it's docket number 23-OPT-01. So that's a really important document that I think everyone that's interested in that particular issue for Shasta County should read and educate themselves. And I want to thank Matt McCumber. He's been working on this for many, many months. And so it's much appreciated by the citizens that live up in that area. And it's going to be a long process nonetheless, I'm sure. So thank you.
We have a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. Would anyone like to have any more comment on that? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Passes. Up for you, Supervisor Garman.
Thank you, Chair. First off, I'm going to kind of piggyback on your insurance issue, Supervisor Rickert, with people getting canceled. I'm the member of the RCRC, and RCRC realizes this is a problem in all the rural counties. They have actually formed an ad hoc committee to meet with the insurance commissioner. This is a major, major issue that we have going on. It's not just our county. It's not even just our state. These insurance companies are pulling out of anything they can, and I've been warned that even with automobile insurance, don't go switching companies right now, because if you do, you're going to be in trouble, homeowners or auto. They are trying to pull out because they've lost so much money over the last 10 years. So with that, I want to bring up a citizen that I've been talking with numerous times out in Keswick. She has been fighting to get her home rebuilt. She's one of our people that live off the Title 19 temporary permit. She got somebody that's finally going to build her house for $350,000. Problem is she can't get it insured. She can't get it insured. Her taxes are going to triple. She can't afford to have her new house built. What do we do? What do we do? So I'm glad this is going to be brought back for discussion. It's something that we need to be working on. This is the kind of work we need to do right here in our county and hopefully make some difference. We need to do something. I'm moving on with the rest of my board report. Since I was unable to go on vacation, I ended up attending the Diabetes Support Group for Children on Saturday, August 5th. And then on August 7th, I met with, Mr. Hellman is no longer here, I met with Paul Hellman, Adam Fiesler, Jim Whittle, and Christy Gilbreth, and we discussed options for creating a better water system in the Igo-Ono area. This meeting was in response to an email that came to the entire Board of Supervisors from a lady named Katie Connaughton. I don't know if you guys all read that email or not, but I've got it right here. I just want to read the last paragraph of her email. If the county is reviewing the zogfire settlement reimbursement, if the county is reviewing how the zogfire settlement reimbursement is distributed, it is probably a good time to evaluate the need for potable water and fire suppression water in the area. Clear Creek CSD may be able to extend services beyond the Igo school, which it currently serves. Sincerely, Katie Connaughton. So that was how she ended her letter. I took that letter seriously. I investigated it. That was on the 4th. I met with this team I just mentioned on the 7th. We had a lengthy discussion about this. The email she referenced, I won't read it all to you, but she talked about a lot of fine details in 2021 about possibly this water district together out in Igo-Ono. That kind of fell off the wayside, so now if the zogfire stuff's back in the news, she wanted to bring this back up. I was thinking she was a concerned citizen out in Igo-Ono. She designed Sincerely, Katie Connaughton. Comes to find out, she is not a citizen. She is a civil engineer with the State of California Division of Drinking Water. So I went out and met with the people in Igo-Ono, went and met with numerous people, and boy, are they pissed off. They feel like their water rights from the Rainbow Lake are being trampled on, and the state wants their water, and now it's being reintroduced again. So anyway, that was a big fiasco that I dealt with, helping the people out there in Igo-Ono, and we'll see what happens with all this, but it's just, you talk about overreach, it's what it is. Anyway, moving on August 8th, I met with numerous citizens, this way, the Igo-Ono, and talked about that. Also on the 7th, I met with Councilman McComber and CEO Rickert and got a chance just to get to know Mr. McComber a little bit better. I'll tell you guys, he's a great guy. He's got the best interest of Shasta County in his heart, and we can't thank you enough, Mr. McComber, for stepping up into this role temporarily and welcome aboard and continue to do what you're doing. We appreciate it. On the 8th, I attended the Asphalt Cowboys with Supervisor Rickert, Supervisor Jones, and Supervisor Kellstrom. If you haven't got them yet, I got a flyer right here somewhere. The barbecue at Lake Reading Park is going to be Saturday, September 10th. Tickets are only $10 to get a complete barbecue dinner. So find an Asphalt Cowboy in a yellow vest and get your tickets. And then on the 10th, I met with Michelle Nystrom from Sierra Pacific Industries. She's new into that role. We had a great discussion. On the 11th, I met with Jake Mangus with the Chamber of Commerce. On Saturday the 12th, I was out passing out the backpacks with Stacy Zhang from Child Support, and numerous other agencies were out there. That was a beautiful event. I was shocked that I was the only one out there from the supervisors, but we passed out 530 backpacks, and we ran out. And so their goal for next year is 700, and I think they should put a goal for 1,000. It was very hurtful to be there and watch those kids at the end not have backpacks to be able to have gotten a backpack. I asked if we could take names down and we could try to find some donations, and no, they don't do it that way. It's just they advertised it as first come, first serve. But gosh, it just hurts for those families who couldn't get there in time. It really pained me, so I had a hard time with that. So next year, let's shoot for 1,000 backpacks. Last but not least, school starting this week. My mother was a school bus driver for many, many years. If you see the red lights, stop. I don't care. Just see the red lights, stop. Protect our kids, slow down, and kids, good luck with back to school.
Thank you, Supervisor Garman. Supervisor Kellstrom.
Yeah, on Tuesday, the 8th, I did also attend the Asphalt Cowboys Luncheon. On the 9th, I went to Commander Jim Gibson's funeral out at the Igo Cemetery. Great friend, known him quite a while, and it's a loss to this community for sure. And then after I had left the funeral, I went right to Shingletown, where I went to the medical center, and I presented an award to a person on the medical board that had been there for 20 years that was retiring. And then I came back in town, went to the California Rifle and Pistol Association meeting. So on the 12th was the second Saturday of the month. So as normal, I did my 2 breakfasts. I had one at the Anderson VFW, and then I went back up to Shingletown, went to the Volunteer Fire Department. While in Shingletown, I went ahead and toured Grace and Nora Lakes. I'd gotten word from PG&E that they were going to fill them up to check them for leaks. They weren't going to fill them up for recreation or fishing, just to check for leaks, so I wanted to go check those out. And then I left Grace and Nora Lake and went back down into Shingletown to the Founders Day Parade. And then yesterday I was helping April Sharp. She's putting on a fundraiser for her son Preston for September 30th, and he's trying to get to Normandy on the 80th anniversary of D-Day. He wants to honor veterans back there, so hopefully some of you can help out on September 30th.
Thank you, Supervisor Kellstrom. Supervisor Cry.
Just to piggyback also what Supervisor Rickard had said about the insurance, I have a dear friend that closed escrow on the house yesterday in the area of the car fire, and insurance was an absolute nightmare for this person, even though everything's burnt around the place. So I'm glad you brought that up. Attended the ALAFCO event. Supervisor Rickard mentioned that as well. But met and spoke with the sheriff about staffing issues, and one of the things I want to touch on really quick, and it's important to me, and there's not a lot of people here, which is fine because it gets recorded, but I want to speak briefly to, I'm asked to speak probably 2 to 3, sometimes more times a month, not just all over the state, but all over the country. And most of it is because of a person who has not ever been politically inclined and has found themselves in this spot. I think a lot of people identify with me just running my business, raising my family. And so I'm asked to speak a lot. And a lot of times, if I don't have anything on my calendar, I'm very committed. So yeah, I don't have anything on my calendar, send me the information. And this last trip, or this most current one that's in the news right now, which is kind of comical, is the one back in Missouri, which was hosted by Mike Lindell. And I was never committed to that. I never said I would go to that, but I came out on the flyer, and that was the first news to me. And I said, yeah, I reached out and said, I'm not going. And for a few reasons. One is because I don't need to go into those type of situations, because my message really is about people standing up for their own counties and local control. Because you've heard every supervisor up here talk about local control, whether it's water rights, wind rights, green energy, voting. I mean, we live in a state of a supermajority that is, it's becoming a banana republic if it's not already, because the local community says one thing and then they just go and push legislation down our throats to take away local control. So that's what I like to speak on when I was asked to speak at some election thing. That's really not interested in that. And plus, my kids are starting school this week, and so is my wife, who's a teacher. So again, our media can pick up whatever they want and push anything they desire. But the last thing I want to say as it comes to local control, and I'm glad you brought that up, Supervisor Garman, about local control, because I think we are losing that at a rapid pace. And I've asked people, like, that's why when we came out of closed session, I was a little bit longer, because I was asking an out-of-town attorney what he's seen in the years of being a county council. Was he in Southern California for that, Mr. McNumber? What did he say? Yes. Orange County-ish, somewhere?
Yeah, he's outside council. He's out of Southern California.
Yeah, but he was a county council for
and
12 years.
He was, for 12 years, my understanding, 12 years in a county council's office down there, and several other years of private practice experience, yeah.
So the one thing that I'll wrap my board report up with is one of the most shocking things I've noticed is really that our state truly does not care about Shasta County, because the things that are really dear to us would be like water and land rights and things of that nature, and they just want to come in and take it. So if you do nothing else and you get nothing else out of this board report, get really involved in seeing what the state's doing, because it's going to take a lot more of us to run for offices, school boards, et cetera, to stop the deterioration of what's left of our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cry. I, too, attended Commander Jim Gibson's funeral at IGO, along with Supervisor Kellstrom. Congressman Doug DeMoffa took the time to come out. Commander Gibson was a great guy. He was a true patriot. He did a lot of work here in Northern California. After he retired, he will be missed, but he'll never be forgotten. Also attended the Shasta County Republican Central Committee meeting, and they're going to be having their denim and diamond fundraiser coming up here shortly, and that's going to be a big success, a lot of fun. Attended the LAFCO Local Area Formation Committee meeting as well. This was, I think, my third time attending a jail meeting with Sheriff Johnson and Undersheriff, and going over some possible ideas. And we also, on our last jail meeting, along with our CEO, Rickert, we also had other elected officials from other cities, and I think it was pretty beneficial leading up to what is occurring today. Along with most of the board members, made the Asphalt Cowboys luncheon. They have their big fundraiser coming up also in September, and it's their biggest one of the year. We hope everybody does the drive-through for their fundraiser. Attended the at-home meeting, and I believe, again, our CEO, Dave Rickert, was there. And this is where we have cooperation with the various cities, City of Reading, and it's probably been the best meeting to get the local cities and the county together on the same page, dealing with issues of homelessness and not duplicating certain services, and that they can understand our desires. And I really think while we may not see any money from this at-home program coming from the state, I do think it's very beneficial. We're having bi-weekly meetings to get together with our other sister cities so that they understand what we're doing, what they're doing, and make some real progress in areas that otherwise hadn't happened before. And I've been with the city for 8 years, and I know city manager, Barry Tippin, and I know the other city managers, and we don't often get a chance to be able to talk on certain issues. This is one of those issues that I do think it will be very fruitful in the end. And then I wanted to make a motion to bring back at our next meeting a letter of opposition for AB 553, and then a letter of support for SB 304. And these are letters that constituents have asked me to either oppose or to support, and I'd like to bring them back for the board's consideration at the next meeting. I'd like to make a motion to that.
Can you give me a quick reminder?
AB 553 is the situation that you won't be able to stop a shoplifter if it's a misdemeanor, and that would hurt a lot of small property owners. And then the support of SB 403, it's discrimination against ancestry, and they basically want to change one word in the legislature so that it addresses particular issues, and that's a letter of support.
I'm familiar with the first one, so I would second the first one. I'm not really familiar with the second one.
Well, and again, it would come back, so you could
come back. Okay.
You could look at it. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Supervisor Rickert?
I was just going to ask what these were. I needed more clarification.
Yeah, they'll come back. We'll get to read them, see if you would like to send a letter of support or not. So AB 553 in opposition, and in support SB 403. That would come back for full discussion at a later date. Motion's been made and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those passes unanimously. And then lastly, my town hall meeting, my next town hall meeting, this is the second one in a series, will be August 31st at the end of this month. It'll start at 6 o'clock at the Holiday Inn again, and this time we'll have Clint Kernis, a programmer in open source programming, and we may have other special guests as well. So that's my second town hall meeting, August 31st. And that ends my supervisor's reports. Moving on to support services, R4. Take the following actions: to adopt a resolution which terminates participation in the Shasta County Employees Association's the supervisor unit from the CalPERS health contract effective December 31st, 2023, and adopt a resolution which approves the Second Amendment for the Employees Association. Director Fugit, would you give us an introduction on this?
Chair Jones, before we get to Monica,
Yep.
A quick question for council. So I was a Teamster shop steward, and I do have a retirement or a pension from the Teamsters, so do I need to recuse myself from these next two, or?
Hi, Supervisor Kellstrom. I have not, as you know, I've had an opportunity to evaluate that. I can tell you that in general, I err on the side of caution when these questions come up, and without the benefit of looking at the details, would need to know more information to give you a specific answer. There are also circumstances, just be aware, where because of my role for counsel for the county through the board, I may not be in a position to give you specific legal advice about questions like that can be addressed through other avenues, and I can give you optional sources for that if needed at any time. But for now, my answer would be to err on the side of caution if you have a question about it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much uncontroversial, but it probably is.
All right, Supervisor Kellstrom will excuse himself on R4 and R5. They're both similar, so thank you, Supervisor Kellstrom. And then Director Fugate.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Jones, members of the board. Monica Fugate, Director of Support Services. The Shasta County Employees Association Supervisor Unit, which we also refer to as SCEA, recently affiliated with Teamsters Local 137. The affiliation allows their members to access the health plans available through the General Teamsters Security Fund. Participation or withdrawal of SCEA from Shasta County's health contract is subject to PEMCA, which provides that we have a 60-day window to withdraw from PERS and provide notification. The recommendation would adopt two separate resolutions, one which provides for the withdrawal from PERS at the end of the current contract term, and then a second which adopts a second amendment to the MOU incorporating language reflecting this change into the MOU. That's all I have for you.
And this, we've kind of seen this coming for a while, that
Yes.
The CalPERS healthcare was not necessarily very beneficial right now, and so different units are going to be opting out, and so this isn't the first one. Is that correct, or is it the first?
So we had the Deputy Coroner's Investigator Unit recently. They were the first outside of the Trades and Crafts. So this one, and then the subsequent item for MMBU.
Okay. And Council McCormick, did you have a question on this? No. Okay. All right. Thank you. Do we have any questions? CEO Rickert.
Yes, Monica, can you clarify exactly, specifically what we're pulling out of? Just the healthcare portion, correct?
Correct. That is correct. We are withdrawing only from the health contract with PERS, not the retirement.
You have a recommendation for any more? You're not talking retirement. This is just healthcare.
That's correct.
Would any members of the public like to address us on R4? Seeing none, bring it back for board's consideration. We have a couple items, adopt a resolution, a couple different resolutions.
Motion approval of R4.
And we have a motion. And
I'll second.
And Supervisor Rickert second. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Passes 4-0. Thank you. And moving on to R5, very similar thing, adopt a resolution which terminates participation in the mid-management bargaining unit from CalPERS health contract.
Correct. So this item is nearly identical to the prior. In this case, we are considering the withdrawal of the mid-management bargaining unit, which has shifted representation to Teamsters Local 137 in June of 2023. Similar to SCEA, this would allow them access to the Teamsters health plans. And again, just to clarify, this is a withdrawal from the PERS health contract effective the end of this calendar year, and to incorporate language into the MOU for MMBU effective January of 2024.
Thank you. Does any member of the board have any comments or questions for staff? Any members of the public, would you like to address us on R5? Seeing none, bring it back for board's consideration and adoption.
I'd like to make a motion for approval.
I'll second.
We have a motion and it's been seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Stephanie, could we have, before we go into closed session, so we've already taken one item in closed session that was kind of time sensitive, R11, so that's not going to be discussed, but we do have R6, R7, R8, R9, and we do have a minor correction on R8. Stephanie, can you let us know what that is?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Item R8, a closed session item concerning conference with real property negotiator for the property located at 2175 Shasta View Drive in Redding, California, requires a correction for the record to the APNs listed on the agenda. The property address was correctly identified on the agenda. However, the correct APNs are as follows: 109-280-058, 109-300-041, and 109-300-047.
All right, thank you. Would any members of the public like to address us on any one of the closed session items? This will take approximately 2 hours in closed session. Ms. Barrymore, come on up.
Health officer.
Let me guess, R10.
Would, I want to ask the question again. Who else was on the panel besides supervisors who were interviewing health officers? Were there any medical professionals, and was their opinion in concurrence with the person that you are prospectively selecting for hire? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address us on closed session before we go to recess? And again, this was approximately 2 hours in closed session. Seeing none, we will now go into recess.